issues like the technology of, that's the Internet of Things. And when three groups, the maths group, the software, requirement engineering group, and the project management group. And we also did the second game. And from the games, we saw that there are what we call software architecture drivers. And we all came up with our various decisions. And today, Professor Jari Puras is now going to give us the feedback, because those, our work were aggregated and sent for review. And he's going to talk about redesign showcases and give us the teamwork reports. Prof, over to you.
Thank you.
Round of applause for him.
And good morning for everybody. Morning. Great to see you here. This has been a long week, and like in all the teaching, one of the main things or like in all the learning, the main thing or the best results can be achieved when you reflect back what you have done and what you have learned. And as such, rather than asking you to reflect at the moment, we just have a recap here of everything we have done so far. And then before that, after that, then we go into the actions, that what are the next steps when we have this knowledge and skills to do these things. So let's go through the days, what we did. Okay, first of all, I was not there on the first day, and then I actually need to leave after this presentation to the airport. But on the first day, we were discussing of the perception of sustainability and mapping some teaching practices and the understanding of sustainability on different dimensions. Birgit had an excellent keynote as such, and then there was some Slido questions for you that we collected some data. How you see, for example, the sustainability. You can see that there is different aspects. Of course, I could ask now that has your understanding of sustainability changed during this course or during this week as such? This is something that I usually ask from my students every time that I start my courses, is that, okay, what is your understanding now? And in the end, that how did your understanding change? Because even if there is a small thing that is a new thing and a new perspective for you, then I think that we have managed in our education. So this is some of those keywords that you gave us in the understanding of the sustainability. I won't be going into the details of these answers, that's not the point, but just going back a bit towards what you did and what was the purpose of that. And of course the purpose of this understanding sustainability was kind of to give us understanding how you see sustainability and how different it is, how we see it, and if we can bring some new perspective for you on that sense. All right, after the introductory day, we went into this main topic, which was basically redesigning the courses and the curriculum. And we started this work by presenting different, giving some examples of courses, what has been done, how it has been done, and then discussing a lot about the learning outcomes as such. And there was a template that was created for you so that you can start looking at different courses that you aim to change, or you kind of consider how to change that. And the first part of that template was to define the sustainability objectives. What do you want to achieve with that course? This is extremely important, whether it is just a single course or a whole program, to understand that, hey, this is my goal, this is what I want to achieve. And here in this particular template, we were emphasizing the SDGs and the special targets within those SDGs. Personally, I'm kind of a feeling that SDGs are rather high level as such. You don't always need to go that high. You can also have those lower level SDG targets to change the mindset of the students. All right, that was the first part where we were defining the objectives. And then in all the teaching, one of the important points is we need to define ourselves learning objectives or learning outcomes, what we want to achieve during that course or through that course. And if you don't have these, then what are you going to assess? The learning outcomes are the ones that you want the students to learn, and then assess those things, and then you can grade the students based on that. All right, we basically used the Bloom's taxonomy, or we were discussing of the Bloom's taxonomy, and if I remember correctly, these were from the slide of questions, and there is the knowledge and understanding, competence and skills, and judgment and approach. Approaches that you then put into the template for your particular course. We had 3 groups here. One was discrete mathematics, then there was the project management and the requirements engineering. It seemed that the requirements engineering was the biggest group as such throughout the whole course, but that doesn't really matter. The point is that everybody can think of these things from their own perspective, from the topic that they are teaching or studying at the moment, to figure out that, hey, how can I change, how can I improve this thing? In this particular template, looking for those different levels of skills and competencies, as well as also thinking that, hey, what are the ways how I could do the actual teaching? And how can I assess that thing? That's the assessment part. We made a separate rubric later on, but the assessment part is also important, because if you have a learning objective or learning outcome that you want to target to, you teach it somehow, and then you always need to kind of consider that, how do I assess that? One comment I have here when you are designing the courses, it's not necessary to have everything. Like I was already saying earlier, sometimes less is more. You focus on few things that I want to achieve these, and then design around those things. Okay, now we presented quite many different ways of doing things, and luckily I heard from you also that I like to use this flipped classroom approach, and then quite many of you also kind of told us that you are also using the flipped classroom approach, where the students are working first, and then there is this kind of an approach where the teachers are not anymore teachers, but teachers are mentors. Mentors that can help the students to go further. And then, of course, there was the latter parts, the sustainability competencies based on that Green Comp framework. I really hope that you can go on and look at that framework more closely. We had only a little time to go through that, and as such, when you then figure out all those 4 different parts and different specific areas over there, 12 areas altogether, then you can figure out things that you can integrate into your courses. And also here, you don't have to answer to all of these things. If you focus, for example, on embodying sustainability values and, for example, valuing sustainability, like in the example, having introductory lectures that connect requirements engineering to climate and health, then that's your choice. And then, of course, what kind of topics, going into the content. We were discussing a bit of the SWE book and curricular guidelines that basically give you some kind of an idea what the content for different courses could be. And then here on the fourth place you can think about the topics that you can cover within the course. And of course there is the teaching methods part that there was a brainstorming for these teaching methods for the sustainability. And once again, this is something that you gave us answers how you would like to see these things taught and ideas for that. On day 3, we ran out of a bit of a time on day 2, so the assessment part that was basically part of the course development was moved to day 3. And we were explaining you a bit of the assessment or showing you some approaches for the assessment and rubrics. And then we basically worked on some assessment rubrics for those courses that you were already redesigning on the second day. So basically and then after that we had the curriculum jam and curriculum level learning objective. But let's go through first the assessment and rubrics, which is important part of the every course. This is one nice illustration how you can define. It's not necessarily readable. We need to really write it out, and that way you can see it. But the persons who were in this requirements engineering group probably remember this rubric and defining the criteria, what it is to fail, and how many levels we have when you are passing, and then of course putting some criteria over there. This is always a bit subjective, how you are looking at this. What is a good, what is very good, what is excellent? How do you define those? If you can have some numeric values like, okay, the student is using 15 references, using 20 references, etc., then that's much easier to evaluate than having a evaluation based on something that is good or very good. As such, these are difficult, but this is kind of a form of an art when you are doing these assessment rubrics. But it also helps when you are doing the assessment rubrics so that you can show to the students that, hey, this is what is required. And then again, it's easy for you to evaluate the students when you have the same criteria all the time. You can look at those things and then cross. Our system, the learning management system Moodle that we are using, it allows us to have a rubric on that system, and whenever we are looking at some homeworks that the students have been returning, we can create it already there and see the rubric and just cross the places that okay, the student does this well, this is a bit worse, and then we can also add some comments how to improve that particular thing. Personally, I like that whenever I'm grading students, I like to give them some feedback that, hey, what was good, what can be improved, and why I gave a certain mark for the student. But I think if Colin said it already that when the students, they see that, hey, this is the rubric, what is required from them, they probably at the moment of grading, they already have a feeling that, hey, I did good in that, bad in that. At least that's my experience, that when the students know that this is the rubric, then they also kind of understand that why they got this grade. And then of course we can always discuss. But I believe in feedback and reflection. Reflection is the way of really getting the message out of your actions, what you have done. Then the next step was that we actually moved from a single course on a curriculum level. And we designed some of those things. We need to actually squeeze in that picture a bit, but we started designing a curricula for is this a four-year approach or four-year program that emphasizes certain things, has some courses, has some elements what are to be taught over there, etc. And I was saying in my presentation during this curricular design part that you need to have a vision, what do you want to achieve? So these courses, what you put here into the curricula, into your program, they are reflecting of your objectives of achieving something, objectives of those students, what do you want them to be? And that was the learning outcomes of the curricula as such. Once again, there was a template into which we can define the program level, learning outcomes, what we want the students to be. And of course, now that we have these outcomes, we can look at these courses, and then we can go to each and every single course and start looking at, hey, what kind of an aggregate learning we have for the students, what kind of skills and competencies we have gathered for the students. And maybe if we notice that we are missing something, then we can also try to add that later on. And here I see the important part is that we also listen to the students. They give feedback also to the courses that, hey, we are actually missing or we could do this kind of a thing. Now, if I remember it correctly, we have also a bunch of students here, right? So now that you have gone through this kind of an approach or looking at, hey, how to integrate sustainability, I don't know if there is a possibility for you to then to think about on those courses that you are doing that, hey, how does the sustainability relate to this course? How would I integrate it here? And then kind of give feedback or give a proposal that, hey, could we also have or consider this one? I don't know, in my classes, the students are really active and they are asking a lot of questions and we are discussing of a lot of things. And sometimes there are these kind of things that I have not considered in my courses. All right, those were the first 3 days. The foundation for sustainability, courses, developing them, assessing them, and then going to the curricular level and developing that and thinking about what we can get out of there. Day 4, we had some games. I really enjoyed looking how actively you were participating in those games. Firstly, the decision-making game. I definitely can use that myself, not in the same context, but in some other context. Use it in such a way that, hey, the students need to do decisions and argue why you did this kind of a decision. Once again, we didn't have enough time to actually reflect back why we did all those selections. I wish we would have much more time for doing that, but you need to understand this is also a piloting summer school for us where we are teaching how to integrate the sustainability into the courses and programs, and you are giving us really valuable feedback on this, how we should time these things next time. But it's important that, for me, the key learning of these games was, in the first one, definitely that you are able to argue your selections, why you did certain selection. You have certain reasons behind that. And then the rebound archetypes game, that gives you a new way of thinking. You have some solution, and then you start thinking, okay, if I have this, how does this, do I take this kind of a rebound effect into account? Do I take this risk into account? Do I take all these stakeholders into account? And that opens up your mind much broader than you probably had when you were doing the selection or you were doing your decisions. Maybe you can combine these two things, that when you are doing the decisions, you can think about that what kind of stakeholders you need to take into account, or rebound effects, etc. So if you are selecting a certain communication method, is there a rebound effect on that? For example, I kind of see some impacts on some of those selections that were made over there. All right, here is one of the outcomes. Outcomes first, when you were doing this decision-making game, asking you to describe the system itself and the qualities that you wanted to emphasize. And this was because of what? Because that way we can see what was your context in this decision making, because Colin gave you the idea of the occupation of those devices. I saw some other ideas, for example, in this middle group, that maybe we can use the data for the maintenance purposes, not for the occupation thing. So if you are having a different kind of a purpose for your system, then of course your decisions might be different. And then there were those different categories and chosen solution and some arguments why that particular solution. We will be reading through all these approaches, what you have, but unfortunately we have had no time to do it yet. It will take some time to go through all these things. And then this was the rebound cards and basically thinking how those different cards affect to your selections as such. Both of the games really nice as such. I have to say that it has been a pleasure seeing you all working here. Really proud of you. We all are really proud of you. You have given us a lot of data concerning this course that we are planning, how to educate or how to teach, how to integrate the sustainability. And as such, I really want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. That was brilliant work. Let's give a big hand. I counted 34 people working here at one point, and at the same time there were 20 people online. Okay, some of you were already online, but if thinking that 34 already in this classroom working actively on these tasks, I have to say that you have really given a full week of your time. You have really worked actively here. I really appreciate that. That's the best what we can get. Okay, this is you want to say something about this? This is coming soon, the SUSAF Ambassador Kit. How you can spread the word of SUSAF.
We'll talk about this in the next session.
Okay, but hey, I want to...
No, skip. I was supposed to do
Yes.
Remove it.
Yes, I want to leave this one here for a while. These QR codes are links to our LinkedIn page, LinkedIn in profiles. You can please connect us, and then you can always have us in your network as such. So I really thank you all on this.
Can you say the names, please?
Okay, my name is Jari Porras.
Say what you see there.
Akinshola, Jari Akinshola Porras. And we have Dr. Colin Omavale Venters. Dr. Shola something Odeji. And Dr. Birgit Adeshola Pensionstatler. Thank you all.
And to thank you, I'm sorry, there is a little advantage of coming in person over coming online, because we brought you some sweets from Sweden, so we're going to pass those around. We want you to try the sweets.
Okay, so I hope you've done all the connection from LinkedIn, WhatsApp. That is settled. Okay, please, please Akishola, Adeshola, and Omowale, accept. So, it is important so that we would have something tangible to follow up with, to discuss what are the next action plan. And as I've seen so far within Unilag here, we have the Department of Systems Engineering, the Department of Computer Science, and I've been informed by the local facilitators that you all work as one. For this next section, it will really be beneficial for us to have faculty members as students working as one big group. So if we can change our seating arrangement in such a way that we can all be one big group to discuss. And for those of you online, you can also join us in the discussion via chat. So can we reshape how we are sitting so we can all be one big group? Dr. Rufai and Dr. Fashina, so if you can lead in terms of the sitting arrangement so that we can all be one big group for the next section. And while you sit, I will call on Associate Professor Adeshola, the superwoman, the wonder woman, the one and only, Omo Germany, Omo Sweden, Totiwa Doma Naija.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll take you as my MC for the rest of the world tour. Oh. Let's try this again. Let's share here. Okay. Do you have one? What? What do you? Well, one picture. Yeah. Yes, of course.
So all the faculties, because Jan's leaving now, can we have one group picture here? Just before Yara leaves. So a round of applause to Jan Trust. He's leaving now for all his contribution. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That was a fun photo session. Please find your seats. As we have sent him off to the airport. Now, after you've been so fruitful in your discussions and in your work this week, I am super excited to invite you to a last collaborative activity. But first, a couple of announcements of what you might be curious about. This thing, the SUSAF Ambassador Kit. I want to say special thanks to Joel. Are you here in the room this morning? Oh, he's not here yet. Okay, so one of your students, one of your second-year students in computer science came to me and said, I would love to be like kind of an ambassador for the work that you do here. And we said, that is a great idea, and we should also talk to your faculty about it. And so we were sitting together last night thinking about what that could possibly look like. So coming soon, a SUSAF Ambassador Kit. And then now Shola has left the room, so I can only give you this as a little preview. We've also been talking about a little bit of financial support for all the efforts you've put into this week for coming from far away and things like that. So he's going to have more details on that later. Now, what we get to work on in this next hour, as soon as the slide chooses to forward, the slide loves the chicken, but not my action plan. That is great. Now we have a stuck chicken. So I have this really beautiful green template. There we go. What we would love to discuss with you right now is how we can take what we've done this week forward Because what often happens when you invite guest teachers is everybody's really excited and engaged when we're here, but when we're no longer here, you don't have a physical reminder standing in front of you that this is the thing that you wanted to integrate. And so we want to create this action plan together with you to see what is it that you wish to take as next steps to take the work forward that we've started here together. Because I think we made some amazing progress this week. Everything that Yari showed back to you was all the work that you did this week. Now, how are we going to build on that? And so we have this one slide template, and I will be taking a little bit of notes here. And we have kind of the 3 areas that we were working on this week. We have the entire curriculum redesign on the higher level, where you could think about a strategic decision on, do you wish to create a new master's program that would help put a bit more emphasis on sustainability? And that can be along with the master's programs we have already running. So what we're doing right now as a group, we're putting together a new master's program proposal where we use existing courses and then make a couple of new ones that are sustainability specific. And that way we can reuse a lot of the resources that we already have at the university, and we add like 25% of new things that are very targeted to sustainability. And maybe you want to consider something here at the local level as well. So we can talk about that, and then what the learning outcomes for such a curriculum would be. And then the second block is the course redesign. So we've talked a lot about the individual courses that we can redesign, and we've used the examples of a requirements engineering course, a project management course, and a discrete math course. And here we can base this off of the results of your Sustainify worksheets that you have made. And then we've also done more work on learning outcomes and assessment, so how are we going to carry that forward? And then we've had a day around serious games. So how can we use something like a smart decisions game in our classroom? Like, which courses would that be a useful game for you to do with your students? And the same with the rebound archetype game. Which of the courses lend themselves to having this conversation around a system that you're designing, which we do in many courses, and where can we take those discussions further? And then to the right, you see these 3 columns: who, when, and what the current status is. Because if we don't have a person that's responsible for the thing, it's not happening. That doesn't mean that person has to do the work alone. That means that person has to go poke their team every once in a while and said, hey, remember, we said we're going to do that thing. And then one of my business coach mentors, Brendan Burchard, likes to say, if it's not on the calendar, it's a dead dream. So it's really important to define a when. By when are we going to do this next step? And then the last column is for the current status, because often these things happen in little steps. Not everything gets done at the same time, but maybe I can write a status like, okay, we've talked to the Vice Chancellor about this new master's program, and she thinks it's a good thing. Now the next step is to send the proposal to the educational board of the university for them to sign it off, or something like that. So that would be an intermediate status. So, where do we best start? Do we start from the top to the bottom, or do we start from the bottom up? Because that's a bit easier. From the top, good. Most important thing first. Yes, that's another advice from my business mentor, eat the frog first. What he wants to say by that is do the one most important and probably a bit uncomfortable thing, but that's really important in the morning first. So that's what we're going to do. So let's talk about curriculum redesign. Yes? Are we going to talk about all 3 of them? Oh, we can expand, absolutely. Like, that is the content of this week. We can take it beyond. When you speak the mic.
Yes. I think we should even start with this software engineering summer school before we talk of curriculum design. What are the next steps? Is it how long will it run? For how long? And what impacts over how many times in a year, maybe once a year or twice a year, what impact do we think is going to have, and things like that. So we should look at this program, because I think this program would, if you sustain this program, then these things will happen.
It sounds a bit like you're doing Shola's job right now, which is usually to ask us in front of, and the Vice Chancellor is here. So you're coming back next year, right? So we have spoken about the continuation of this program, and we have proposed a month for next year so we can put it into the planning. So there will be a continuation. Good. Okay, and then, well, the curriculum redesign. How does it work? It's a very difficult word. It took me a long time to learn it. So what does the process look like at your university? Is it also that you have a university educational board that has to okay new master's design? Okay, so is there a subset of faculty at computer science and systems engineering, maybe together, that wants to create such a new master's program that has a focus on sustainability? Yes.
I think that's that. Yes.
Okay. For yes.
The new faculty and the department.
Yes. Exactly.
This kind of possible.
Exactly.
Of course, we have
From everywhere. Yeah. So on the master's program in sustainable computing, we as a Department of Computer Science, we are transitioning to a faculty of computing and informatics. So it's possible for us to float this program that is on sustainable computing. And when that is done, we can also collaborate with the Department of Systems Engineering . Yes, is it a possibility of having, I wanted those online too. Okay, of having a kind of a split side, something like split side, masters in sustainable computing, in collaboration with like LUT, UNILAG, kind of. Is it possible?
Oh, perfect, thank you. So it is possible to run joint master's programs, and there are certain funding instruments from the European Union where one can propose these. Currently, we're running Europe internal joint master's programs that have partners from abroad. So we have a special emphasis area in Malaysia, we have a special emphasis area in Latin America, and we're building up the special emphasis area with you here. So it is currently not a joint degree between UNILAG and LUT. Currently, UNILAG is an additional partner that we're establishing a stronger relationship with, so that in the future, there is the possibility to establish such a joint master's program. And in our experience from the past few years, the stronger we can build that foundation over, say, a couple of years of summer school, then we know really well how the systems at UNILAG work, and then you also learn more about how our European universities work, so that then we can write a really strong proposal that may have a good chance of funding. The European Union is a bit limited in how much they will fund partners that are outside of Europe, since it's, well, the European Union money, and so they say, well, we want to primarily further our own universities, and then also, of course, we encourage collaboration with partners from outside Europe. So we'll have to look into the details of that. And unfortunately, the expert just left to the airport because Jari has been very successful in these proposals in the past, and he knows the funding instruments really well. So I will note it down as one of the plans for the future. And I think if you locally decide to establish a master's on sustainable computing, then that will give us a really strong foundation, because it shows that UNILAG by itself is already a very capable partner, and then we have higher chances of establishing a joint degree in the future on the foundation of both already having programs in sustainable computing established. Now, I would still like to learn, what does it take to create and redesign a master's curriculum here at UNILAG?
The master's curriculum will emanate from the department. That is, we come up with the curriculum, and it goes through the school. We have the School of Postgraduate Studies. So at the School of Postgraduate Study, there's a committee that looks into curriculum development, and once they are happy with the curriculum, they approve the curriculum. Then the work now goes to the Senate, the University Senate, which is the highest decision-making body of the university. So once it is taken at the Senate, then we are now good to go to float the course. So that's how the process goes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think that's really good. That's actually very similar to how it's done at our university. And so that means the next step would be to take the sketch that we've created together during the week and say, okay, that was a 2-hour brainstorm to get us started. Now, what's the real deal going to look like? So what I would love to do is to have a couple of responsible people on the slide that say, we're going to take the lead in this. And what I think we can offer as European partners is that we look at a draft of what you come up as a curriculum. Once, like, kind of according to the structure that we've created together, like this is the vision of the master's, these are the learning outcomes that we envision of the overall program, and then this is the course structure that we plan to put together. And then what I also remember from what one of the students said this week, it's really important that the students understand why the structure is as is. Yes, it was you, I remember. So that which courses happen in which year also makes sense to the students that take the program, because that's going to reinforce the structure and the vision. And then once you have that draft together, we'll be happy to provide feedback on whether we think this is a good coverage of sustainability competencies and whether we have additional suggestions that you might want to think about. It's always good to have an external pair of eyes, because if you sit together in a room and discuss the proposal, it all makes sense to you because you've been there the entire discussion, and then if it goes to the Senate or to whichever external assessor, so it might be good for having a round of feedback in between, and we say, this part is great, this part I don't understand yet, and then we can iterate a bit over that. Like, that's how I see we could support you a bit in that process. And maybe it's also good to have an external accountability partner. So, who am I putting on the slide for this? Yeah, we need 2 people on the slide.
Yes.
Do you want to come help me type a bit? I don't know how to. Good.
Something that the school would like to do.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where you are going to really support us. What would be the benefit of a master's
Yes.
Okay. Yes. What would be the benefit of this master's in sustainable computing to the local, to Nigerians? That's where you are going to really, you have to fashion in such a way that is relevant. That is what the postgraduate school will ask. The mission, you mentioned it, but it's very, very important. The mission, and all that is very, very important to do that, yes.
I agree. The success of this program is going to depend on how well we can phrase the vision. So the vision needs to include the specifics to Lagos, and Nigeria. Yeah, of course, you get students from everywhere in Nigeria. So for the Nigerian context, we need to talk about what are the most pressing sustainability issues. One of them might be transport infrastructure, Or you tell me, like, what are the most pressing local sustainability challenges? Health, yeah. So maybe this thing is going to be focused on health and transportation. Energy. Okay, so what I'm hearing is there is a plethora.
Dr. Shola warned me on Wednesday that sustainable computing has two aspects. I mean, sustainable software. There's the sustainable software itself, and sustainable system that the software is sustaining. So I think that will really help.
Yeah. So, in addition to what she has said, as a Nigerian also, the first thing I would say is we have limited resources. We are not like those in developed countries where even if the resources are limited, they still have access to quite a number of resources. Our postgraduate program should be able to educate our students on how to manage projects within the constraint of our locality. And here we can be talking about developing a sustainable software itself. In addition to that, we have a lot of sustainability problems. How can we train our postgrad students to develop solutions to solve some of those? Of course, ICT or software won't solve all our problems, but it will go a long way in helping us solve some of those problems. And how can we then educate them to solve those problems?
So this curriculum definitely is going to be a big multidisciplinary.
Definitely.
Because we are going to talk about optimization, we are going to talk about simulation, then we are going to talk about AI, like data mining and things like that.
Okay.
So these are going to be multi.
Yeah, so this is why we should start writing as we discuss. And the idea is, if at the end of this small workshop, we are able to come up with a draft. Towards the end, after the lunch break, we will come back and form working groups. Because for me, I just don't want to come to Nigeria and then we talk. There is no follow-up, there is no action. So if we have something that will be our blueprint to work on, then when we form the working groups, we know what to do. We know what direction we want to go. Of course, you said you're all working together, but from system engineering, there might be certain things we can do together.
Yes.
There is a new department, in software engineering department and cybersecurity. There is definitely something we can do together, but we can only work on the blueprint. And let's start with having that through the session, guided by our German, Swedish, Omowale second, Bridget.
It's exactly why we're here. Okay, so this is exactly why I'm taking notes and why I asked Dr. Shola to co-moderate, because we are writing down the vision as we speak. Like, this is really what the session is for. Since we have been doing quite a bit of this in relation to sustainability, we know that if we can make a good starting point while we're still here, that's going to serve you really well in your subsequent discussions. So, as a vision for the MSc program, let's go with the working name for sustainable computing. And you can still change it if you find something that you find more adequate. We could say, we talk about sustainable software and software for sustainability, specifically in the Nigerian context, for example, in health, energy, transport, infrastructure, etc. That means the graduates from this program will need the adequate skill set for addressing those learning outcomes. So, after graduating from this program, students shall be able to. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Because we have a gap between the academia and the industry, I want us to introduce something that I think could affect us on the long run, especially our master's students. I think we should give them, like, instead of them after a semester break, they should go back to the industry, even if it's going to be 6 weeks or 3 weeks or before, so that they could understand the local problem we are facing in the industry. Then that will have given them a leverage on the type of projects they want to work when they're having their master's degree. So we can collaborate with some industries, especially industries that we know that could be of help. So that when they have those people as students, they will not be limited in resources. You know, Nigeria is very, very difficult for us to get resources, and it will be like a stopgap, and we know what the problem is. Instead of us having global problems, we can start with our local problems. So I think that would be very, very okay. If we can have, within the curriculum, masters, maybe 4 weeks or 6 weeks, maybe before coming, you must identify with the company, you work with the company, it's going to be a voluntary, you're not being paid, then before you come back to the academy. Thank you.
I love that. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to put this in as parts of the program. And you're suggesting that we could do this already before the start of the program? Did I hear that right? Okay. So I think before the start of the program would be great. I don't know how well it works to put it as an entry requirement because I don't know the local system well enough. If it doesn't work as a pre-requirement, one could still say during your first summer break, that's what you have to do. So let's put this in here. I'm telling you, we need a microphone stand for next year. Internship either before the start of the program or after first year. Good. We'll do that. Thank you so much. So, this is the student who proposed the SUSAF Ambassador Program. I hope you saw the acknowledgement. Did you see? All right. So, internship either before the start of the program or after the first year. So, if we want to define curriculum-level learning outcomes for this program, then a first piece of this could be contribute to the workforce and society by developing sustainable software-based solutions, because it will be around software-based. And to me, software-based means, of course, it contains software and hardware. So we're not excluding computer engineering or systems engineering, because I have never seen a piece of software that runs without underlying hardware. Yes. Mm-hmm. And then the second piece could be address Nigerian sustainability challenges with a solid foundation in sustainability supporting tools and skills, so we know that they have the sustainability competencies to go out. And then we can possibly draw from the set that we wrote down 2 days ago. Now I'm trying to remember in my head on which slide it is. Do we have additional input for the vision or the learning outcomes? Shola, do you want to take over for a minute while I look for the other solution? You can maybe pass on this mic.
Yeah, you want to say something?
So what I want to add to it is that I think it is very, very important that we also discuss about the admission requirement here. Because in this sense whereby we are trying to start a master's program in sustainable computing, I feel even someone from the Department of, let's say, physics, for example, should be able to, because there are a lot of us in physics that we also have knowledge in programming and sustainable like business. Like it's more, I'm just trying to say that it's not limited to software engineers and computer science. So the admission requirements, I would like us to talk about it as well. Thank you. Admission requirements for the program, for the master program.
So what is the current, maybe pass to Dr. Fashino, yes.
The university has its admission requirements. If you are coming from physics, you have to do a PGD computer science first before you can do a master's. But we may allow people from system engineering to come in directly. I think that's okay, yes. We may allow system engineering students to come in directly, because if you look at system engineering, there's a lot of programming that goes on in system engineering. But in physics, you may have to do a PGD computer science. You know, we may even, I don't know, maybe we will have a PGD in software engineering, and later you may have a PGD in software engineering and robot and cyber security. So you may have to do that PGD first, postgraduate diploma. It's usually a 3-semester program. Then you can now come in for the masters. Why are you smiling? Do you have any? Yes. You can't just come into from physics. You can't just come into computing like that.
The reason I want to differ, right? The reason being, MSc Sustainable Computing is not a major in computer science. So I don't really understand why they should get a degree in, or a PGD in computer science. So I feel physics should suffice, or any other sciences, physical sciences.
Do you want to pass comment on this? Personally, let me just, I think we should also hear Dr. Rufai's opinion. But from the way the university programs are, if you want to do MSc Computer Science today, you have to do PGD Computer Science. Do you understand? You have to do, the reason is that you have to learn. When I say software engineering, it's even more advanced than programming. Do you understand? Software engineering it's after you know about computer science that you now do software engineering. Do you understand? So you can't just come from physics. Personally, that's my, I don't know. We may change it, but
let me speak on this.
Okay, please, can we all listen so at least we can go along with what he wants to say?
The point is, if you are to come in for sustainability engineering, for instance, computing, you need to have some fundamentals, okay? Like algorithms, design of algorithms, data structures. These are basic things. So if you are going to be a computer scientist, you must know those basics. Now, let me use myself as an example. My first degree is in mathematics, but I had to do a postgraduate diploma in computer science. And the idea is just to address the underlying gaps, the foundational gaps. You see that those who did masters directly in computer science without those foundations, they normally struggle during the course of the masters. And that becomes a problem, how they can graduate and so on. So it is essential that you have the basics. That's it. Except you are looking at a non-terminal degree that is tailored towards maybe managerial line, master of sustainable, like MIT kind of, You can come in with a physics degree, you can come in with any other degree. So that is how it goes, yeah.
Okay. I think we can come back to this entry requirement.
Dr. Shola,
Yeah.
entry requirements are very important.
Yes, we'll come back to
They are
that.
very, very
I'm not skipping that. I'm only saying
We'll come back to it.
let's talk about just 1 second. Let's talk about the curriculum.
Yes.
And entry requirement is something that we can always discuss. And this, we will not make a decision here. We are not the only decision makers. You will need to also speak to some of your authorities. But the essence of this workshop is first, and maybe by having a template in terms of the curriculum, we might also define better requirements for the entry, right? So let's try to finalize this, and we can of course use this medium to talk about some of the entry requirements, because it's always good to have different perspective and different view from both students and faculty members. And looking, at least from my own understanding, I would say the learning outcomes, and you can correct me, Adeshola, should be, at least there should be something about skills So in terms of learning outcomes, what skills do you want your students to have? That can be a good starting point. Can it be, just one second, can it be that they are able to understand sustainability from the 5 dimension within the context of Nigeria, or within constrained or resource constrained context in Africa or developing country? Would that be one of the stuff? So let's talk about that first, and we can move on to the next one. So,
Yes. If you remember the discussion we had on Monday, where we're looking at programming, the problems people have with programming. Let me tell you my experience in my master's class in the last 10 years or more. We have a lot of master's students coming from other universities, and they want to do masters in computer science. And the requirement for masters in computer science is that they should have, is it? Okay, maybe I can go on. And the requirement is that they should have a bachelor's degree in computer science. That's the requirement for a master's in computer science. But you'll be surprised that in the class, usually typically between 30 and 45, maybe only 2 or 3 can write programs. The problem persists into the master's program. Now, you are telling a physicist or a mathematician to join that class without any prior exposure to programming. Dr. Shola, do you understand what I'm trying to say? So now, a master's program in University of Lagos is usually 1 year. And that 1 year is going to be jam-packed with all these things we are talking about. Optimization, simulation, AI, and all these things, so that I can achieve some level of sustainability. We want some basic competencies when they're coming in. And I think that is software development. It should be a basic competence. Personally, yes.
I understand what you're talking about, but I don't think this is unique to UNILAC. I don't think it's unique to Africa. This is a global problem about why some students in computer science, computing programs simply cannot program.
But we shouldn't compound it.
Well, the thing is, so that's a challenge to faculty about how are we teaching? What are the teaching methods that clearly are not working? There's something wrong with the model. I read a book many years ago. The basic argument was that we teach programming wrong. What we do is we teach syntax, and we go, here's the syntax for a conditional statement, and students go, okay, I can replicate that syntax, but I have no idea what to do with it, right? So the book, which I will try and dig out, says what you really need to understand is concepts and constructs against problems. So here is the problem. Here is how that problem might be resolved using any language. So it could be C++, it could be Java, it could be Fortran 66. His argument is that the syntax doesn't really matter that much. What really matters is students understand that they're trying to solve a problem and how they are then able to express that syntactically. Yeah. And that's the approach I took to teaching I actually didn't teach my students SQL. I said, here's the problem. What does the underlying conceptual database look like? Now, what is the SQL statement you need to write in order to construct that? And they went, oh, that's it, easy, right? So I think the challenge really is, as educators, how do we solve this kind of global problem? Because if we do have students that can't program with a bachelor's degree coming into master's programs, that is going to persist. And that responsibility comes back to us, I think. Sorry.
Don't worry, I'm not going to decide.
So, no, sir, I'm not going to decide, sir, but, sir, I just have some suggestion. They say quantum computing. So at first, I think we should first even understand what they are talking about. Because in physics, we also have, quantum physics and quantum. So this is where I'm going, sir. You said something earlier. You said you have master student that comes in, and the requirement is for them to have a bachelor in computer science, but they are struggling, right? So I stand to be corrected, but I can tell you that there are some physics graduates that can write programming better than BSc computer science. I start to be corrected, but there are some, sir. I'm coming, sir. There are some. So I think the solution to this is for us to have a qualifying entrance exam. That is the only way you can know that, yes, this computer science graduate is better than this physics, applied physics. Sir, applied physics electronics is not pure. It is applied physics electronics. Sir, in FUTA, sir, it is a 5-year course, and if you look at their curriculum, so I can tell you that, go through their curriculum in FUTA, applied physics electronics, they've done a lot of programming as well. So there should be a qualifying entrance exam. Then you can know that, yes, this is the best student you are taking it. Thank you, sir. Okay, so let me go next.
Okay,
Let me go next.
so
No, let me go next.
Please wait. We are deviating from the goal of the section. And I really appreciate that we focus on what we want to achieve. And interestingly, while we are discussing about requirement weight, from online, we are getting more information that aligns with the goal of this workshop. Here, we are trying to create a template that we can also use later on when we form working groups. So the discussion about requirements for entry and all that, we would never come to a conclusion today. And this is not a place to focus that discussion. So please, let's focus and discuss, because we are opportune to have students and faculty members here. Let's focus on the activity and get something of quality out of it. Thank you. So I don't know what you want to add.
Okay, so meanwhile in the Getting Things Done group, we had somebody in the chat who remembered really well the Bloom's taxonomy that we were speaking about. And I know that now it's getting a little small to read because we're getting to a lot of content, but the two things that I did was I brought back the 5 learning goals that we spoke about. Is there any way to make this larger? Who's sharing this screen that we see up front here? If we can make the video go away here, then the slide would be larger and maybe we have a chance to read it. I think that might be in the tech room. So, we remember the knowledge and understanding learning goals, and we remember the competence and skill learning goals. What we would also really like to have is judgment. And then this lovely person online, and I don't even know the name because the message was forwarded to me, also put something on attitudes and values up here, which I think is super, super nice. Then I can't write. No, this is the maximum. That's why I asked to take the video away. So all of this can go away. This is really maxing out the screen. I can make the thumbnails go away if I can figure out how. Sorry? Yeah, but now I don't have a view anymore that I put this away. Okay, so this is the maximum size that we can get to. So now we can read it again. We have an area up here that says attitudes and values. And I think that is a piece that you can start with in your vision and then detail in the learning outcomes. It's not a Bloom's taxonomy piece. I think it's super valuable and it's a great idea to put it in there. And then we have competence and skills, we have knowledge and understanding, we have judgment. So all of those down here can be rearranged. Like we have a set of really useful learning goals here. Essentially, you can take that, reiterate it in your faculty meeting when you have the people that are really going to drive this curriculum forward and say, okay, maybe we need to reduce it to 7 or 8 or however we see fit and condense it a bit and make sure there's no repetition in there. And that is a set that you can actually move forward with. Okay. Let's see. Collaboration and communication. Okay, good. So further proposals here. So this is what I really wanted to do in this workshop. I know you're all very passionate about different parts of this and want to discuss about these things, but for that part, you don't need us in the room. So the question is, what can we discuss within this hour that is going to be really useful for you, where we can help? And I believe that it's more breaking down the learning goals than discussing entry requirements, because that's where we are out, or at least I am definitely out of my expertise, because that's local context. So let's see. Collaboration and communication. If you read through all these, what else comes to mind that still needs to be addressed? Or does that look like a pretty complete set?
Especially from the context of developing countries like Nigeria or Northern Africa. Yeah. Yes, the bottom line we have to. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, I think. Yes, my name is Dr. Balogun, and so I will be looking at this from somebody that's coming from industry and entering academia. I think that when we look at the ecosystem for digital technology and development education, it depends on the perspective that we use. I usually have issues with single stories. Oh, we don't have people that can code in Nigeria. Oh, we don't have this. Why? Because it depends on the population you're looking at, and it depends on the type of population you're looking at. I've had an opportunity to listen to a virtual meeting from an investment society in University of Lagos. And the way the students were presented, students from the University of Lagos, talking about stock exchange, talking about using their different programming languages to look at the impact of digital economies on sustainability. They are in the same University of Lagos. So I think it depends on who you're talking to and where you're talking to them from. I feel that when it comes to collaboration, there's a need for us to be able to do an audience profiling of what has worked. Afritech is a very good opportunity. Afritech has been here for about 2-3 years, and we can use some of the engagement they've done across the different faculties to say what has worked, and then identify potential user personnel around the ecosystem in the industry and the academia, and then say, how do we bring them together? How do we have some of the people in the industry come in as adjunct fellows to come talk to these people? When they come in as adjunct fellows, they can bring the gaps from the industry and bring it to the classroom. And then they can also collaborate as second supervisors during the thesis. And some of these things, so while the academia is having a discussion, the industry person is looking at the gap and how the research can address developmental challenges. When we begin to have such collaboration through adjunctship, then it becomes a win-win. The academia wins, and the industry also gains research or evidence-based opportunities to address some of their goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think those are great ideas. I think that I wrote it down directly as parts of the program. Like one piece that is going to be really important for you, and I know UNILAC has a great reputation throughout Nigeria. What will also be super important is, how is this master's program going to stand out in comparison to other programs in sustainable computing, not only in Nigeria, maybe in Africa, maybe globally. Like maybe you want to think about, how do we make this our brand? And I agree that collaboration with industry and having leaders from there actively involved would be one great way to do that, in addition to the proposed internship earlier. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
For me, for a program like this, and coming from our background, the Nigerian background, I think it is also going to be very important to, firstly, expose the students to real-life problems. Because most of the times, one of the reasons why we do not understand what we are doing is we do not understand where to apply it. For example, let us expose this, let's expose the students to high-tech industry problems, like dealing with large data, okay? Dealing with large data and making them see the gap or what has been done, why it has been done, okay? And also now showing them the remaining work that we are doing to solve this problem. For example, let me take from the computing background. Let's say it was until my 400 level that I understood the importance of using graphs, from joining one point to another point, and how it was used to, facilitate Google Map and all those other things. So trying to explain to this student now, okay, now this is a problem. So firstly, we could have a log of so many industry problems, and then showing the approach that has been taken to solve these problems. You'll be surprised that you will now find students having more interest in trying to solve these problems. Then they would now look for tools and lay down concepts that can facilitate solving these problems even faster and even more optimized, since we are also doing looking at optimized programming and optimized software engineering. So we could have a session, or more like a section here, for listing out many industry problems, from large data to reason why we use this programming language instead of this other programming language, to reason why we use this architecture instead of this other architecture. Once all these problems are listed out, then teaching the students how to approach this problem based on concepts would be easier, because now they understand what they are dealing with. Thank you.
Yes, I like that. Very good point. Would you pass the microphone up front here?
All right, so in everything we do is about sustainability at the end of the day. And I think we should envision the department, the course, as something that will ultimately become a research center where the industry will come with their problem. We cannot stay here in academia and be imagining what the problem is in the industry. Many of the things we say are the problem they are facing in the industry may not actually be the problem. So we need to make ourselves in such a way that we attract the industry to actually come with their problem. There are schools, like where I had my master's, there is a center for research that Airbus set up, and they come with their different problems from time to time, and those now form the basis of research that are being carried out by researchers and students. So, and the industry itself, the company, would take those solutions to their own environment to solve it. So we cannot stay here and come up and carve out problem that we think that's what the industry is facing.
Yes.
So,
absolutely, thank you. Thank you for reinforcing that point.
Yeah, please, I want to, you see, when people are doing curriculum, I've done 3 curricula already. There's something that is missing, especially at the university level. People always believe that the lecturers who are going to teach that course understand the outcomes. You see, if I'm teaching a course and I say, oh, after this, the students should be able to do this, the students should be able to do this. I think in designing this curriculum, I think we should include pedagogical requirements for each course. You see, because the lecturer who is giving a course must understand what the requirements for teaching that course is. And that takes me back to this issue of Can a student program? Can a student not program? Well, when we say that the student can program, I mean, computer science, I have the statistics. I'm not just saying it. It's the facts. We have the facts. If you have a class of 100 and 5% can program, that is failure in computer science, as far as I'm concerned. We have been running on this problem. We are running on this problem for more than 30 years. And it's not Nigeria alone. It's global. And I think it's because there is not enough emphasis on pedagogy. Yes, and it has to do with the lecturer should be able to assess himself. In other words, you have to teach this, apart from laying it out, this is how you are going to teach it. I think it's very important if you can give lecturers a sketch of how they are going to deliver that course so that the learning outcomes which you have stated can be realized. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I want to come in from the standpoint of implementation framework. I believe what we are doing here now is resetting the educational paradigm in computing with sustainability. And if we look at our problem here in Africa, especially in Nigeria, implementation is always an issue. The framework on which any new paradigm is implemented is a fact. Let's look at where we are coming from. For instance, even the established system we have, if I'm right, our lecturers and professors are here. We have issues of paid allowances that are being owed. We have issues of concomitant strikes. We have issues of maintaining facilities that are already established. So at the end of the day, the fine ideas and new concepts that will come out of this, how will they be sustained from the basis of the framework of their implementation? Is it something that you rightly say, Ma, that Europe will not bring the bulk of the funding here? They will give us something, but definitely we are the ones that will actually kickstart it and bring everything up. So is it something that maybe after a section, 2 sections, we say, oh, the government has not released this, or this has not been done, and the whole place start crumbling back again? How are we going to address that? What are we discussing concerning those ones? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please pass the microphone back, and I would like to comment on this briefly. I have a feeling, it was the back row, please. I would like to comment on this briefly. There seems to be, and please correct me if I'm understanding this wrong, but there seems to be this misconception in the room that in Europe everything works gloriously. It doesn't, and it takes a lot of effort to maintain the structures that we have running. We have trouble maintaining, say, a master's in sustainable computing running after we run out of the initial funding, and we say, well, how do we continue from here? How do we make sure that this has a long-term perspective now that the initial funding has run out? We have all those same challenges. And just because we come down here with a few polished slide sets where we have actually figured the things out, that doesn't mean that everything runs well. Like, you see the results of the hard work, you don't see the sweat and you don't see the things that have gone wrong on the way. So I know that you have local challenges that are significant here. Don't put a golden glimmer on Europe that's not there. So we struggle through our institutional challenges, same as you do here, with very similar administrative overhead challenges, process challenges, 25 papers to be signed by 17.5 people, 3 of which we don't even know their name, 2 of which retired last year, and 1 that hasn't been nominated yet. So we're very familiar with all those procedures and the struggles along with it. And given all that, we can do it. So let's continue.
I want to talk about implementing government policies in our curriculum.
Okay.
Especially if the government is not involved in Nigeria policies, we cannot bridge that gap. We are talking between the academia and the industry. Okay, let me just give you a typical scenario. Okay, I get to a complaint, and my company has a lot of corrupt practices. And because I know as a researcher, especially in Nigeria, if I come in and I get the available data, something they are not showcasing in the real world, they are making it look perfect, but it is not perfect. Sincerely, as a researcher, they will not give me the available data. I can be there for years because they know what they are covering up. But we could see that in developed countries, a lot of government policies take place, and these make it mandatory for them that if you are in the industry, you should be able to provide adequate data. So in Nigeria, nobody's checkmating them. A lot of them have faulty standards, and because of this, they continue to thrive. So if we can also include government policy, I don't know where they can put in the curriculum. In as much we have student representative going to the industry, there should not be an issue where data and resources will be ordered. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you, good point. So we have 2 more hand raises. We'll take those 2 comments, and then I'm going to let you discuss amongst yourselves. I'm going to take away all the microphones. I'm going to share a link with you so you can sit together and discuss this for a while. So please, let's pass on the microphone over here and then down there.
So I'd like to add something to the KPI, the key performance indicators. That's what I want to talk about. So they'll be talking about students solving industry problems. But I want to believe that if students can even look around them, there are problems too around them. So thank God that they've said earlier that for this course, students are going to be having entrepreneurial skills. So I believe that one of the KPIs should be looking at the solutions that comes out from the master students in sustainable computing. Not just solutions that end at the maybe thesis level, but solutions that are being commercialized and being used by people. So that could be a very good key performance indicator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good. And one more comment. Is the microphone on? Maybe it's running low on battery.
Anyway.
Oh, come up here, sir, because otherwise the
Okay.
online, yeah.
I just want us to look at it in this form. Fundamentally, we should embed or include much more hands-on experiments in the curriculum. Because when you are talking about the gap between the industry and the academia, I always laugh because that language is too broad. To the glory of God, I spent 17 years in industry before coming to academia. I know that most of the time when you are going to the industry, the best in Nigeria as a case study, the best hands they are in industry, the way they are thinking is directly opposite to the way people in academia are thinking. Number 2 is this. The problem they are identifying, when they get to the industry have different vision and aims. And you eventually realize that at the end of the day, the best there is working on either one topic or one course in that industry. And you are taking all the courses down there. I think we have to streamline and know what exactly we are looking for. And so on, then once in a while, it can be part of the curriculum that the industrial visit will be based on problem identification. When you go for one visit and you identify like 20, 30 problems, you can be battling with that for the next 2 semesters before you go. I don't want to go too much on that so that we will not deviate. However, let's embed more hands-on You cannot expect the lecturer that is expected to take 3-4 courses in diverse orientation to be the specialist in that, both practically and theoretically. Already there is diversion between the theory and experiment. I know. There, let me give you on a final note. I've been in industry for, let's say, by 15 years or 16 years that I encounter a problem, I've never heard of it. And I have some people within the industry that have been in the industry for the past 25, 35 years, they've never witnessed such problem. And you want to bring that one into the class? We should know what exactly we are looking for, and we should have focus and goals. On a final note, knowledge is dynamic. Problem is dynamic, knowledge is also dynamic. And as long as human exists, problem keeps on existing. Thank you.
Good. Very nice. So, I've captured most of the contents of what was said in the slide set that I'm going to reshare with you. Also, there is more empty templates of this version of this action plan. And what I would like to do is have you discuss amongst yourselves in the groups that you think might be suitable for that. And I have an idea that having a group around Dr. Rufai and a group around Dr. Fazino might be really helpful for that, because you will be leading this effort going forward. And then maybe each of you can appoint a person sitting close to you that has a laptop and can log in to the Zoom and type into the slide set to capture the results of what you come up with. So if we can have one person sitting close to each of these faculty members to volunteer as a scribe, if you have a device, that would be great. And then I'll make, let's say, do we have another host? Do you want to have a little discussion in the back together? Okay. Good. So we'll have 3 group discussions going here. I'm going to share the slide set with you, and the slide that you can capture your notes and has your name on it. If I can recover my menu. Let's see. Most recent. This one. I did hopefully what you suggested, namely put them into 3 groups.
Hello, can I get your attention for just a minute? Please, as you make duplicates, try not to work on other groups' slides. So focus on that of your group. So there is Dr. Fashiona's group, and Dr. Rufai's group, and Dr. Adenka's group. So please make sure you're not messing with the wrong slide. Thank you. Okay, because I've gotten this question from two groups, let me reiterate again. You are provided a template and a subgroup to walk through the whole template and fill it out based on your discussion. Okay, so it's the whole thing, not just the learning outcome. The whole template as a subgroup, you discuss and you fill it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to tell them.
No,
Let me start first and see at least I know. Okay, as we discussed, let's not forget to document, because we try to wrap up by at least 1. So please, as you're discussing, try to document, okay? Let it not just be only discussion, but document. Thank you. Should we give a few minutes or
We can also do that smoothly. We can say.
Okay. As we wrap up the session, I just want you to take note of two things. The first thing is, please document, because when we come back during lunch, there will be a representative from each group presenting what you've done. And this will lead us to the next session, where we will talk about the working groups aligned to different interests. Okay? So please document and nominate who would present when we are back from the coffee break or tea break. So I will also want to pass the mic to, can we have one house, please? I'll pass the mic to Adeshola to maybe give few sentences about the SUSAF ambassador.
Okay, cool. So here's my little preview, and I think I may have mentioned that this morning when you were out of the room. So you're not the only ones working hard during the time that you're sitting here at these tables. We were sitting together in the morning creating the first slide set for the SUSAF ambassador kit, and I will be very excited to introduce that to you after the break. And then one more, and I'll hand back to Dr. Shola.
Okay, so looking at how dedicated, hardworking the students and faculty has been throughout this one-week event, we decided in collaboration with all the European team and also the UNILAG team, led by our professor who is here, Professor Ibrahim, and also Dr. Rufai, to put together a small package, a token, to support the students. At least that is something. And also for the faculty, you will definitely have a post-event after this. And Dr. Rufai will spearhead that. So we would also provide some little token, but we will give you more details once we are back from lunch, from coffee break. So after coffee break, the Juma prayer, and we are back, we will give you more details regarding that. And with this, we would like to ask our prof to say something before we go for the coffee break.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me, I think first, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, the management, you are not closing out now, are you? No. Because we will still try if the VC might still be able to come around to say hello to us. So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, and on behalf of the good people of University of Lagos staff and students, great Akokites. Are there other students that are not from UNILAG here? Oh, okay, that's why. Okay, we understand. We understand. You know, we used to say that University of Lagos, we used to say that UNILAG is the best. But no, we don't want to do that anymore. Because, you see, if you say you are the best, that means you are comparing yourself to some others. So, but UNILAG, we are the leading university, are we not? So we lead and others follow, eh? Okay, so we want to thank first our, I don't even know how to place them. They are facilitators, they are the initiators, they are the drivers, they are everything. You know, it is their idea. You know, a lot of people don't want to come to Nigeria because of what they read in the media. You know, there are so many things. Oh, it's their place, they do a lot of kidnapping, a lot of banditry, a lot of all those negative stuff. And when people want to come to Nigeria, you know, most of the time, the first challenge is that they find it difficult to get direct flights to Lagos. They have to go through some other random countries, you know, to come to Lagos. So that is the first challenge. Once they scale that, the second one is that of visa. You know, sometimes, you know, a lot of us we want to apply for visas, we want to travel to the US, to the UK, and we know that for maybe about 100 people that apply, maybe about 5 people will get the visas, right? And we know that it is challenging to go to those places. So the Nigerian government on their own part, they said that it's going to be principle of reciprocity. So those countries that make it difficult for our people to go, we also make it challenging for them to come to Nigeria. So because of that, some people face challenges. I hope you didn't face any challenge when you wanted to. Okay, it's part of principle of reciprocity. So those two things discourage people to want to come to Nigeria. But you see, once they come in, once they get to Lagos, once they come in, there is something miraculous, something special about Lagos. I don't know whether it is our water, whether it is the air we breathe, or I don't know. They come in, they plan to stay for 1 week. And at the end of the maybe 5 days or 6 days, you just ask them, are you looking forward to leaving? They say, no, if we have the chance, we can even stay for another 1 week or 2 weeks, you know. And I know that they want to, I know they are planning to leave, but they would like to come back as soon as possible. It's just like yesterday that we were here. You know, they were here in October, and we are very, very happy and gracious that at least you made it again to this place in May. Please, can we give them a very, it is, wait, no, I've not asked. I said, can we give them? You don't know what I will ask you to give them. Whether I'm going to ask you to give them water, or money, or smile. Can we give them a locomotive applause? Locomotive, that is it. We really appreciate you. Thank you very much. And I know that this is the beginning of very great things that will be happening. They are here now, and I know that they're going to be here most likely before the end of the year. They are coming for another summer, another school. I will not, because it might not be summer. This is summer. It might be. Well, you see, this is the challenge. This is the challenge, and we actually need to unpack this. The other time, somebody wrote something, and they wrote that fall session. They said fall term, and I said, sorry, what is fall term? Because we don't have that in Nigeria. We don't use fall term. You can use that in the UK, you can use that in the US. They use fall, they use spring, they use summer, they use winter. But we have our own rainy season, dry season, harmattan. So we want to, which of the school do you want them to come to? Harmattan school. They say we want you to come for harmattan school. That is might be your equivalent of your winter. So thank you very much. We look forward to receiving you very soon. And thank you also for making time. We know that for those that are students, you just finished exam. And we really appreciate the cooperation. The fact that you created that time out of no time to actually stay in this room. We were having a discussion recently about how difficult it is to actually get and retain the attention of young people. Because you are in class, you are teaching them. They're on their phones, and they are trying to validate what we are teaching them as a lecturer, trying to validate it on ChatGPT to know whether that lecturer is actually talking sense or nonsense. So they are trying to validate that. The fact that you are able to stay here, stay together for these 5 days, we really appreciate you. Thank you very much. But what you have put in here is not enough. It is what you actually make out of it when you get out of this class. What you make out of it in the next 1 week, in the next 2 weeks, in the next months, and the next years. There are opportunities here at the University of Lagos. I was talking to some people, and they couldn't believe it. 2019, right in my office, well, for those that don't know me, because I'm not sure that you all know me. I'm not sure. So I'm in the international office. So in 2019, the managing director of Sub-Saharan Africa for for Bank of America, came to my office. And we were having conversation. And she was talking about how good our students are. That in 2015 they started a scheme, which is like an internship program. They do 3 months, and when they started in 2015, the plan was they would take like two students every year. In total, they were planning to be taking 30 students from across Africa. And he said that as of 2019, they were taking like 7 from University of Lagos out of 35. 7 from University of Lagos out of 35. Last year, they took 9 from Unilag. 9 from Unilag. And those 9, they went for internship, and after the internship, they gave them permanent positions. We had that for World Bank, we had that for Bank of America, we had 9 also that went to Goldman Sachs. And we had 2 people that went to World Bank. They did internship, and then after the internship program, they got permanent positions. So I asked one of them, how do you do this? And she said to me that, look, Prof, these are the ones we even captured. There are others that don't even pass through you. We have some of them that applied. What they do is that a lot of them, they get on their LinkedIn, and they use LinkedIn. They profile themselves, and they use that to look for opportunities. How are you guys using your social media? Is it a tool? Do you use it as a platform to create and look for opportunities for yourself? But is it a platform that you use to abuse people, to engage in so many different talks? These days, I don't call it even social media. I say it's on social media. Because social media, what is social there, is something that bonds people, that brings people together. But if you look at, many studies have shown that social media is causing a lot of divisions, a lot of conflicts in society. So how best are you using it? So it's about making use of the opportunity that you have. I had to go through that lens to explain to you so that you appreciate what you have. This is an opportunity. They are very, very experienced, both in Europe and from across the world. And they sacrifice their time these last 5 days to provide that opportunity for you. So they are providing the opportunity for you. It is now up to you to see it as a catalyst to help to transform your own lives and to help to begin to do greater things for yourself. So thank you very much, team. Thank you very much, the participants. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So on this note, we now go for the coffee break, and we're going to come back 2:30. We reconvene here 2:30. 2:30 on the dot, please. 2:30. 2:30. Yes, thank you.
Can we all have our attention together? So, welcome back. I always say this is the discrete mathematics and project management, systems engineering, the computing, and that used to be the requirement engineering, but I guess it's computing also mixed together. So that was good. So for this afternoon section, we will continue, and I will hand over the mic to Adeshola Birgit to moderate.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to hand the mic right back over because we are going to have you report back to us what you discussed in your groups. So I would like you to have a representative speaker. Can we have a representative speaker from your group over here to come up and present your results? Who's your speaker? All right, come up on stage.
Okay, can we all pay attention to the thing?
Yeah, I can't see. No, I can stay for me.
Yes.
Yeah, so for...
Yeah, 5 minutes max.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, so for Dr. Fashion's group, we first had to have a good understanding of what sustainable computing was. So for our curriculum redesign, we said, okay, an MSc program on sustainable computing. So first we decided, okay, let's define what sustainable computing is and its constraints. So that's presented there. Then for the learning outcomes, we first had to sit within ourselves. Like now what he did was that he asked us, what is sustainable computing? So from there on now, we're now able to say, okay, for the learning outcomes, students should be able to accurately and have show a solid understanding of what sustainable computing is. Then we should be able to incorporate target sustainable development goals in software and system design. Then, yeah, and there are other points there. I can't say all of them because I only have 5 minutes. Then also, we also added pedagogical requirements of the lecturer. So which means that the lecturer needs to, there are things that the lecturer needs to know before the lecturer is able to pass on knowledge to his students, or his or her students rather. So that is that the lecturer has to demonstrate a skill in design and development of sustainable systems and software. Then for the course redesign, that's the new courses that we're going to bring out and implement. So we have analysis and design of sustainable systems, modeling and simulation of sustainable systems, application of artificial intelligence for design of sustainable systems, optimization of sustainable systems, and ethical consideration and practices. So with how we were able to get across to this, I mean, every computing student here knows that, okay, for you to be able to develop something, you have to be able to analyze it and design it. You have to first create a solution for that. So that's how we're able to get that first course. Then for modeling and simulation, you need to be able to build what you have analyzed and design. You need to have build the model of it. And then for application of AI, AI is here to stay. It's something that has come and is not going anywhere for the time being. So we have to know how to use AI responsibly to be able to now develop sustainable systems. And then optimization, how can you make your sustainable systems better? Things that are already existing. And how do you improve them? How do you make them get better? Then for ethical consideration and practices, these are the rules you have to follow. You have to responsibly use AI by I know what we talked about yesterday was knowing how to use proper prompts so that you don't use too much computing power. Then for learning outcomes, these are general learning outcomes for all the courses that we have, that students should be able to analyze different systems and design or improve on these systems. Then students should also be able to implement their understanding of solutions using models and simulation. Then students should also be able to include the use of responsible AI in implementing sustainable solutions. Then for assessments of these courses now, so what things are we're going to do hands-on workshop. For example, he said that, okay, he will give everybody in the class now, he will give the class a particular project to work on. So for this project now, he will have his own solution. Then all of us will have our own different solutions. Then we're not going to compare and defend our solutions. He will tell us, okay, this is how he got this. It's like yesterday when we did the smart decisions. When we did smart decisions, we said, okay, we're using rechargeable with harvesting energy. And then Dr. Collins he did, I think, mains powered, yeah. So we now explained that, okay, because reason why all of us practically chose that was because we're in Nigeria and we suffer from power outages, you understand? So yes, then we have group discussions, like what we have all been doing now. That is a very big example of group discussion. Then research work, everybody knows, I mean, for you to be in this particular, you need to know how to do proper research. Then challenging project work and solution defense. So for you to be able to create a project, you need to also understand and be able to defend your solution and say, okay, this is why I did this. This is the reason why, okay, I want to go about it this way. I want to be able to sustain myself this way. Then for the smart decisions game, so the ones that can handle the courses that will be applied to the smart decisions game from yesterday, that's the modeling and simulation of sustainable systems. So that's what you are going to choose, the power sources you will use, all this, that is going to be handled there. Then analysis and design of sustainable systems too. So I mean, the smart decisions were also kind of like an analysis, it's also an analysis thing too. Then for the rebound archetypes game, modeling and simulation of sustainable systems still applies because, I mean, for you to think of, okay, what's the impact of this? What does it, in the long run, what does it do? You still have to be able to model and simulate it. Then application of AI for design of sustainable. Okay, the application of AI for design of sustainable systems too. The rebound archetypes also comes together with that because you need to know how, okay, what's the effect, long-term effects of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great. Do you have your speaker yet? Are you ready? Do you have a speaker?
Good afternoon, everyone.
So this is your slide, correct?
Yes.
Good.
Okay. So what my team have worked on, we created an MSc program on sustainable computing. And what we came up with was, okay, first of all, the essence of the program is to we want to envision a program where students understand sustainability in computing, where they gain the skills that enable them address sustainability issues. Mm-hmm. That's in relation to the environment, to solve real-life problems. Then the learning outcomes. Okay, so at the end of this program, which we created, we believe that the students should be able to demonstrate the understanding of the ethical, legal, and policy issues surrounding the use of computing technologies for sustainability. Also, the students should also be equipped with the right tools and skills to solve issues relating to sustainability. Then also, the students should be able to work in interdisciplinary teams, whereby they can apply this knowledge where they have gained in this MSc program, to solve real-life problems. Then if you go up to the slide, let's go next.
Good. Can we show all the groups the same respect and listen to the presentation, please?
Let's come down. Let's come down a bit after the... Okay. No. It's still off. You need to come.
All right. Do you need me to scroll further down?
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yes, I'm the one with the cursor.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. So for the course redesign, we designed a very good course, very good courses. The first interesting one there is ICT for sustainability. This is where we implement information technology and sustainability. Then we also have green computing and energy efficient systems. We have green software engineering, sustainable operating systems, very important. We also have the green modeling and simulation. So that's it for... So also there'll be an industrial academia kind of collaboration, whereby industry experts will be invited from time to time to share their knowledge and expertise with the students. So at the end of the modeling and simulation course, at least students should be able to identify sustainability-related issues and be able to model solutions to these problems using the knowledge. So assessment, we'll do project-based assessment. Then also fieldwork too, very important. Then internships, probably individual assessments too also. So on the smart decisions game, so we picked 1 or 2 courses that we can use for the games, whereby artificial modeling is also very interesting. An interesting course we can use there. Also software design and architecture. Then for the rebound archetypes, also quite similar. We have compiler construction, optimization techniques, modeling and simulation.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good. All teams so far have put a lot of effort into making a really detailed presentation here. So can we have the third team present? Who's your speaker?
Okay, hi everyone. Okay, so our team here. So we have a learning outcome. Our learning outcome is to produce graduates who are able to design, evaluate, and implement computing systems that prioritize energy efficiency, environmental responsibility, and ethical practices. And they can integrate the knowledge of sustainability in different disciplines. That is, graduates of the MSc Sustainability Program. Then, in order to do this, we have things that should be done. So we said, number 1, lecturers should understand the underlying concepts of sustainable computing. We expect those who will be teaching the students to know what exactly should be entailed in what sustainable computing is. Also, we put it here that students should be aware of necessary prerequisites of sustainable computing. So that if you want to come in for the program, you should know what exactly is expected of you. You can't just say, oh, okay, I like to do this course. You should know that, okay, these and these are the skills that I need to develop or I will need for the program. Then we also said here that stakeholder engagements is very is important in order for the program to be a success and to be sustainable. Engaging with alumni of the school and all the faculty members is very important. Then we also put here that we need to have an entrance examination to streamline potential candidates for the program. Our learning outcome here, at the end of the program, we expect students to be able to develop problem-solving skills that is very important. We also expect students to be able to identify and provide a solution to a specific sustainable development goal as part of their final project. We also expect students to be able to apply the basic concept of sustainability to solve real-life and real-world problems in their local environment. By way of assessments, we have group projects, individual projects. We expect students to write journals and term papers. We also expect students to do lab works and lab assessments and go through a mandatory 6 months internship. 6 weeks, sorry. Are you afraid? 6 weeks internship program. Then, now the courses that we'll be taking, we have here soft computing. We expect students to know what exactly soft computing is. Quality testing, data structures and algorithm, cloud computing, sustainable system design, which encompasses a whole lot of topics. Research methodology that will include, of course, technical writing, sustainable computing ethics is very important also, and then a course on requirements engineering. The rebound archetype game. So what we try to do is just identify, not limited to, there are others. So we have direct users, potential MSc students and lecturers. Indirect users, we have tech gurus who will benefit from graduates of the program. We have people like policymakers and ethics officers who also like to be involved in this program. Then I think another course that we did not capture there was AI for sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. So, we have achieved, interestingly, an outcome that was slightly different from what I had envisioned for this session. Because if we look at these filled out templates, what we did was a reinforcement of the structures that we have all learned this week. Because essentially you've done a condensed version of the exercises that we've done over the course of the week. What I still don't know for quite a few of those fields across all teams is, what are you going to do next about this? Hence, you all know the structures now, because you've done the exercise kind of twice. Once a bit longer, and today condensed in groups. And the results match each other pretty well. That means the responsibility for taking this forward really lays in the hands mostly of the faculty, because we're the ones who can change the courses and change the curriculum. And part of that can happen in regional working groups, and that will be discussed in a little bit under the lead of Dr. Schola. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we all have homework, and I want to show you a little bit of my homework. And that's the first little draft of what is going to be the SUSAF Ambassador Kit. As I said, we started making it this morning. So this is necessarily incomplete, but I want to show you in which directions it's going to go. So we've stated in the Karlskrona Manifesto, as designers of software technology, we are responsible for the long-term consequences of our design. That's also kind of the vision that we carry forward into software engineering, saying we want software engineers to know that they are responsible for these long-term consequences and not have that feel as a burden, but actually as an empowerment of your agency, that you can make a really good positive impact on sustainability if you pick up this responsibility. So, if you want to promote sustainability and if you wish to constructively support it in IT, that could entail learning the foundations and important concepts of sustainability. So you wish to have a solid foundation in central sustainability concepts such that you can orient yourself in the field and contribute and situate your contributions. You also want to upskill to sustainability tools that help assess, and we've started with that this week. Also for the first part, we've done a lot of the important basic sustainability concepts. So you wish to learn pragmatic tools that support in identifying sustainability impacts and mitigation strategies, and you wish to have engaging and interactive options for sustainability discussions. So you can see the first sentence kind of targets the Sustainability Awareness Framework, the second sentence kind of targets serious games. And then you want to be able to facilitate these tools for others. Now you've participated and seen how we apply them. The next step would be, I'm going to take that in my classroom and redo it with my students. I'm going to take this home from this course and do it with my peers from this other course where the people haven't come to this class. Then the final step is, can I teach that tool? There is this saying of see one, do one, teach one. Like you start learning how to change tires, you watch your dad or your mom change the tire of a car, then next time you try it yourself and struggle, and then the third time you teach it to another friend, and then we really know how to do something. So same with those sustainability tools. And this is based on the work of the Karlskrona Manifesto for Sustainability Design. We have the link here at the bottom, sustainabilitydesign.org, if you want to take a read of that. So as a group of these international software engineers and researchers, we would like to change how IT products and services are designed to sustain and regenerate human and natural systems through our work. And to do that, our values are to foster awareness through collaboration, to support diverse perspectives, and now we have a new perspective, your perspective here, that we can include in the way how we think about things. And we want to advocate for positive impact on our world. You've learned about the SUSAF framework. In the keynote, I know it was very abbreviated. I kind of told you about the tool, but we didn't really go through it in detail. You do have the QR code to the workbook, though, so you can read up on it. And I have a YouTube channel where I do an entire tutorial on SUSAF, so we can probably also put that link into the slides or into your materials. And then this was the slide also from the keynote where I said, well, we've used this a bunch in academia and in industry, so it might be worth going forward. What we envision and what our homework is as we go back north is to put together the curriculum for a SUSAF ambassador to go into a bit more detail on sustainability basics. So that includes the 5 dimensions. We have spoken about those in detail. It includes the SDGs we have talked about. It includes the planetary boundaries in a bit more detail and includes rebound effects. Then the next part is practicing SUSAF and other tools. So studying the workbook related to it and then trying it out with a few different systems. Could be in embedded systems, could be cyber-physical systems, could be a mobile app, an information system. And then also try out a few of the additional serious games to take discussions further and to keep exploring. And then the third block is to practice facilitating as a moderator as opposed to a participant. So that's what we foresee. That is the homework we take with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Big, for that. And this would be a good point for so this would be a good point for the students, most especially, to share their experience or some of what I think 2 people came up to me saying they have some ideas what they want to do. So here's a good time to talk about how do you see yourself as an ambassador of sustainability within your course program. So feel free to share. Let's also hear from you while we're here and take that as also an input as we design this kit further. So, yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm in my final year and final semester, but I still currently serve as the software director of computer science department. And we have an initiative called CDC. So this is one of the first years that we are trying to organize it properly, set up a curriculum, and we intend to allow it to keep running even after us. So the intention is basically to tackle most of the things that, so I see coming here as predestined or predestinated because I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about it. Even when you say in computer science, all we do is code and all that. No, and you don't need to go to computer science. You can be in the, you can learn it online and all that. And even when the students say they're not teaching us what we need outside, and my question to them is, okay, the one that they're teaching you inside, are you learning it? Are you paying attention? And to reiterate what we did on Wednesday, we have a very good curriculum in University of Lagos, at least from what I can testify, but we do not follow it. And we do not intentionally follow it. So the use of CDC now would be to take all those core concept courses that we do in the university in computer science and read it and train ourselves on it so that we can be useful outside. Now we have, the structure of the program is we have You are allowed to take any vocational course. Now, when I mean vocational, I mean what you can use to work outside, like your data science, your web development, your mobile development. That's everybody takes just one. And we have what all of us take together, which includes object-oriented programming, concurrent programming, fundamentals of programming language. So in that place, we are going to touch language design, because I'm a language designer, and as a language designer, we like to see programming languages from the eyes of the language designer. There's a reason why you use Python for this and you use Java for this. We like to understand programming language from the point of its syntax, why it can support this and why it can support that. For example, Solidity is a programming language that is used to write blockchain and smart contracts. It was designed by people in MIT. Why did they need to design something new for that? So basically, CDC is that community that is going to, stop that whole note of what you are learning in computer science is useless. You can learn it on YouTube. So it's in its kick-starting phase, and we can also try to incorporate this sustainable software development into it. I think it's primarily it's going to take care of the individual software, individual sustainability, and it's going to take care of the technical sustainability. So where we can now try to, go in is to also look at how we can use CDC to promote environmental sustainability and social sustainability. So now we are looking to touch our curriculum in such a way where we can, put in all these things together so that at least we can have a better department. So thank you. Yeah. And I mentioned CDC is going to continue. It's not a one-time thing. It's going to be rolling in levels. So if you're looking to partner with us, then just know that we are here to stay. Thank you.
So, how do you think this kind of group can play a managerial role as sustainability ambassador for software engineering or system engineering? How would that work? That is something I'm interested in also.
Okay, so it will play a very big role in, firstly, it's not something that is being initiated for CDC, it's not something that is being initiated by the lecturers. So CDC is something that is initiated by students. So there's a way we students view when lecturer is saying something. When they see it's something that students are pioneering on their own, okay, and has an external eye over it, okay. So we give you our curriculum. You can look at it and say, change this, add this, or emphasize on this. You understand? And once we can, maybe we will be having like a get-together every year. I mean, we in CDC, and we can have like a note from you, okay? That would be good. And maybe if this program is going to continue, whenever you come for something like this again, we'll have a lot of people from CDC mark our calendar to attend the event, and it can be more productive, even after I'm gone. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I probably didn't answer. Yes. No, we do. I've spoken to a couple of lecturers.
Okay, so firstly, what I'm saying about the lecturers, I'm not saying we're excluding the lecturers. Okay, how we make CDC a SUSAF ambassador is, I think from our curriculum. If you are heavily involved in our curriculum, and every time we are, taking our classes and, coming together, we are actively, talking about sustainability and taking classes with respect to sustainability. Yes, I mentioned the curriculum.
Okay, so yeah, I want to start by asking a question. That question is, why is this not pushed? Like, why isn't there like a push for this to be involved in the undergraduate curriculum? That's just like my starting question. Okay, and then for what I would do as a SUSAF ambassador is that I'll talk about it, because you have to first create awareness, and it just doesn't have to be in this science, this science setting. It can be even with in this summer school or in this tech space. I'll promote it to places different other I'll try and diversify to the humanities areas, to the education areas, to the at the industry level, to in the business area, to even in the legal area. That is with our law friends over there. Then and the second thing I would do as an ambassador is to push for it to be included into the undergraduate curriculum, because I really wish I had this. I really wish I was taught this, and unfortunately my time is gone, but hopefully when I go further.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I'm of the school of thought that say do the talk, and as a number one female engineering ambassador, I'm a bit partial. We have a society called APWEN, Association of Professional Women Engineers, and others. I like community engagements, and I'm also an advocate for women. So both women, I would like to go back to my community, my space, and try to, because we have community labs ongoing in different parts of Nigeria, and we'll try to catch them young. That means for secondary school students and the rest, and we'll try to expose them on sustainability. Then also, I'll take my space also in the political area, because where we have something called research and development, or a directorate, and we want to talk about digital inclusion, and I'll also put sustainability so that people could embrace it in any area that they are working with. Thank you.
Okay. Well, taking it up from where my brother started from, I think I observed that our thoughts were flowing. Because what I was thinking was where the takeaways that we can take from this summer school. First is the concept of continuous learning. Because some of us, you say you're no longer an undergraduate. In fact, you pass through your postgraduate, your master's, or wherever. And guess what? The challenges that we have now just show that you can't solve the problems you're meeting with the mindset that creates them. It's actually in an effort to solve the problems that we have been meeting that this forum and this school is coming up with. I think the Japanese have a concept of Kaizen, that's continuous improvement. I believe that is one of the bases of what is going on here. So in that respect, I will say that in consonant with your CDC, there may be a departmental framework for the departments of every collegiate discipline that is represented here. I will suggest that we have representatives who go out and create awareness and education of what we have gained here. Transmit it there, and we don't need to wait until the next summer school. We'll now have forums, periodic forums where we come together and exchange these ideas, educate ourselves, and transmit what we have gained from here. I believe that is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Hello? Sorry, I'm here. Let me stop. You want to? You can't.
Okay. Hi, everybody. So I'm going to add. Sorry. My name is Peace. I'm a final year student in computer science. I'm just going to buttress what they both said, but with like a slight addition. So like he talked about CDC as a community, and he also talked about how the learning should continue. So I think one of the best things to do is to kickstart a SUSAF community itself that can serve as a measure for like people in the tech space, that's the developers, and then people who are environmental activists to come together and do the kind of activities we do in a continuous process. So like irrespective of whatever time the next summer school will happen, these people are constantly working round the clock, meeting, ideating, like working on different things, different ways to like improve sustainability in like our systems and in our software. I can't remember the other thing I wanted to say, but yeah, thank you.
All right. All right, my name is Henry. I'm a software engineer. So I will be talking in the angle of an industry practitioner this time. So we have some of our legacy systems in the country, and some of them we believe that is working as expected. But before me as an legal practitioner can be able to sell superb ambassadors to some of my software engineers, I need to actually understand that how can we be able to implement some of those legacy systems that we have built so far to make it sustainable. Do you understand? So if I'm actually, some people actually send me here, do you understand me? So I actually need to, they want me to actually sell this idea to them so that they can be able to implement and make their solutions more sustainable. So that is the angle of industrial that I'm coming from. For the academia, so we are talking about how we are going to implement it in our curriculum. So it's not only for Unilag, for per se. So we also be thinking about how are we going to sell this sustainability software engineering all over Nigerian institutions as well. So even if we are only implementing it on Unilag curriculum, so how some of those students are in some other school, how are they going to understand this concept and actually inculcate it on their curriculum as well? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfect. You were next.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isiak. So actually, I was hoping to ask a question regarding this, and I didn't know something like this is going to come up at the end of today's session. So there have actually been some of us that have been doing a couple of things around sustainability in the last few years, especially in the aspect of environmental sustainability. So I've had to be...
Excuse me, I do have a pretty good ability to focus, but I can't filter out one person speaking out of 7 other conversations. So if we could keep the other conversations down a bit, I would really be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, so I was saying I've been part of a couple of sustainability activities in the last few years. I've had to be a member of several organizations that advocates and carry out several projects on sustainability across different sectors, environment, disease prevention, software and the likes. And one of the organizations actually is based in Unilag here, and I've had to be a president of the organization in the last 1 year. So I think it's a very good opportunity for us to be a part of this initiative to promote and create more awareness about the sustainability awareness framework. And this organization, I have members that cut across various disciplines, including software engineering, law, environmental science, and the rest. And it is sectioned in 2 categories where we have the students and those in the industry that are like over 30 years and they've actually been in the industry and they've practiced, they are well settled. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to actually combine our expertise and our advocacy in sustainability And coupled with my little skill and knowledge in software engineering, it would be a great opportunity for us to actually be a part of this. And I'm supporting what my colleague here said about creating a different initiative by bringing in those that are interested from various, organizations and sectors. And I think it's a good opportunity to select from those organizations as well. Then one other thing is, the organization is an internationally renowned organization that have membership across several locations in Nigeria and beyond. So Paraventure would need to, move on the SOSAF framework to other institutions or other locations across Nigeria. It would be of great help in accessing sustainable development advocates across various locations that would be useful in promoting the initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You next, sir, and then I think it was you.
So currently, I served as a youth ambassador of the WSA, that is World Summit Awards. Currently, they're in about 182 countries, and I represent a youth ambassador in Nigeria. So looking at SUSAV and WSA, I can see that they share some visions in common, like promoting digital innovations, geared toward creating sustainable solutions. So I think as a youth ambassador of WSA in Nigeria, I organized conferences. Last year, I organized an innovation conference whereby we have directors from all innovation hubs in University of Lagos and the Deputy Vice Chancellor and the conference. So I think we can also integrate SUSAF into WSA like a partnership. So since WSA is already existing in Nigeria and the vision aligns, we can also bring in SUSAF to be a partner, and we can come up with great things from there. From there, SUSAF name too can start going around just like WSA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe it was you next.
All right, so as a SUSAF, okay, first, I'm Abiola, I'm a researcher. So I'm researching software security. So, and I know that a way to promote this green software engineering is kind of new in our environment, not even only in Nigeria, but in Africa generally. So one thing we can do is to ensure that we create enough awareness and we let people know the value. If we are able to project the value, especially to the companies that are directly involved in software engineering. So we can take it from the academics then into getting buy-in of these companies, so that they begin to do things in a way that supports green software engineering. So, and I can also look at the intersection of green software engineering, sustainability in my research, write publications that in those areas. So, and by the time we create awareness, I believe the program itself will be sustainable in Nigeria and beyond.
Thank you. Share it. So you, and then you, and then we got to wrap it up. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Precious by name from University of Ibadan. I just completed my MSc program. I was about saying something relating to what she said, but nevertheless, I'll still add to it. One thing I noticed during my program is that many people come in for MSc Computer Science with a focus in mind, and majority come in for software engineering in mind, but along the way, because either there are lack of research ideas. I'm talking about a researcher now that writes paper, not just the hands-on practicals. They're short of ideas, and they tend to shift to AI or machine learning or data science. And I think this, for the past 2 days, I came just 2 days, I can say that this is an eye-opener, and I'll take it back to my department. I think there's a lot of things to explore in this particular area, green software engineering or green and sustainable software engineering. So I appreciate the organizers. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, I don't know, thank you. It was one that talked about extending it to other institutions. I will do the task personally of going back to the department, meeting my HOD, giving a report of what I've learned, and I believe that you should also, because in the University of Ibadan, we have been able to solve a lot of problems. I'm talking about green software engineering. Agriculture is a priority in Ibadan, or your state, and a lot of software have been developed to solve the agricultural problem, and even some that don't have the idea that what they're actually doing as sustainable green softwares in order to solve those problems. They need more knowledge, they need this information, and I believe you being able to partner with institutions like UDI would be a good deal for us. Thank you.
Naima,
All
our
right,
last comment.
Okay, so, all right, so thank you. I also wanted to, excuse me? Yes, so I also wanted to mention that, they've been able to share very great ideas. So this has been just contributing that. Another way of showcasing ambassadorship and trying to engage a lot of people at the same time is through digital technology. When I started, I transitioned from, I'm a doctor officially, and then I transitioned to communication. So when I did the transition, it wasn't something, after my master's in public health, it wasn't something to talk about public health communication. So I went on LinkedIn and started, talking about public health and the need to communicate it. And I remember that my first fellowship, who took me to the UK, Malawi, and Ghana, was somebody just sent me a message and said, be part of this Global Research Council Fund. It was just by writing. I didn't know the person. So as a student ambassador, these are young ones. They are naturally with phones anyway, so it can be put to use. I feel that we can begin to look at green sustainability, software engineering. So when you write on it, you hashtag climate change, hashtag sustainability, hashtag United Nations environment, hashtag, the stakeholders that ordinarily are policy makers. So by the time you hashtag and what you're writing, you're sharing ideas, they can see it. So when there are opportunities for engagement, so you have said something, you're sharing, and as you're writing, you're also tagging your facilitators here, you're tagging University of Lagos, people begin to see it. And just from your own room or your hostel, you are beginning to meet with a lot of people across the world. I keep saying it, that the odds will always be there. The challenges are here to stay, even abroad. If you travel abroad, they are still talking about inflation. The question is, while we complain about the things we cannot control, policy is what we can control. Curriculum is what we can control. You are not the VC. Are there things that you can do in your own space that you can control? Yes, there are. So I start with the things I can control, which is writing on LinkedIn, writing about it, creating an engagement around it, while we wait for things we cannot control. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that was a wonderful last comment. I thought we're finished with this one, because I am finished with that slide set, so now we need the slide from Dr. Shola.
Thank you very much, B. And a round of applause for her, for Adeshola, Omo Germany, Omo Sweden, Tutuwa Domo Naija.
I don't know what you said, but thank you.
I said you're wonderful.
Are you in the Zoom?
Yeah, I would share my screen from the Zoom. Yes. Yes. Who has? Okay, I'm always advertising. So please, if you've not joined the Africa Researchers Network on LinkedIn, please do that. For those of you just joining us today, so do that. If you've not, do it. Just 1 minute before. Okay, and also on WhatsApp. Oh, you want the previous one first? Okay, that's LinkedIn. And here's the WhatsApp. What? It didn't work? Okay, I'll fix that. You can do the WhatsApp one. WhatsApp is good? Okay. You're good? I'll fix that and get back to you. Okay, and now, the working group. So please scan, and this will take you to an Excel. So for faculty members, please fill in your details. For students, fill in your details. This is one way for me and the European team to, at least while discussing with our local facilitators here, get in touch with you. We would like to know, as you fill in that, your interests. So in terms of working group, what would be your interest? So we could, based on the information we have, we can then classify each of the working groups. So I can also show, if you have that, then I can move to the Excel file itself. So you have that? Okay. Okay. So if you have that already, let me share my screen with the Excel. So the idea is for faculty, don't forget as you start to fill in, there is a tab for faculty, and there is another one for students. So for students, fill in through the students tab. Okay? So for students, use the student tab, and for faculty, use the faculty tab. And afterwards, don't forget the working group. You go to the tab of the working group, you fill in, maybe systems engineering, you want to have a working group, that is fine. And we can always link up with our researchers who are doing work around systems engineering and sustainability. It can also be software engineering, and it can be course level. So you want to have a working group on requirement engineering, a working group on software architecture and sustainability. Regardless, just add those information. Our job is to then create cluster and group based on whatever data you've provided. Colin B, you want to add something to that? What? Okay. Just a minute. Oh, this place is really hot. So that is it again for those of you who, so that's the QR code. And ask who has. Can you share that? So I just, if you can share with me on WhatsApp or email or whichever one it is.
Okay, what's your number? I'll get your number.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. So you have that already? Yeah. Okay, so here's the linking code for the African Research Network, and we would have a post survey. Dr. Rufai, can you ask somebody, because I haven't received the QR code for the post survey. Who shared it the last time? Who shared the post survey last time? I have not received yet. Okay. So please attention. Let's do two things. The first thing is the post survey. You can take a screenshot or you can just do that, because this is important for us, especially for the local organizers. So try to fill this. It will take around 10 minutes. So you can fill that. While you fill that, I want to take, what? No, this is it. It's open. Yes. So the 4 bags. Yeah, that's fine. You keep the VC one on one. Yeah. Because there's one person who is not here. You have 4. Okay. You want 4? Yeah. Okay. Today we are all gathered here, and this won't be possible without the collaboration and support of the local facilitators. And I'm really, really happy, and I would like to use this medium to thank Dr. Rufai for all his efforts. A round of applause for him, and for making this possible. Can you come over? So, thank you very much, Dr. Rufai, for your support and for everything you've done to make this a reality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rufai. Stay with me. And also, it is a culture to reward our representative, especially the young representative from the industry. In our first program, she was here. In the second program, she was really active online. I would like to recognize and also give a token of appreciation to Mercy, who is from the industry. Can you come out here? She's been one of the active people online this time around, and she has followed us and has been really active in the previous edition of our program. Thank you very much, Mercy.
Okay, Okay. Okay. I say on the password because I want to thank them. Good.
And at the same time, Dr. Rufai didn't do this alone. All the faculty, everybody, we are there to support. But in terms of day-to-day activity, I would like to also say a big thank you to his students who has really been there day in, day out, edit this image. My picture is not nice enough, or this is not good enough, that she has been doing that. So please recognize her for us.
Yeah, so I have the privilege of calling on Ms. Abiola Ilupeju. She actually came up with a website. Yeah, good.
Yeah, please.
Two. Okay, good.
Okay. Thanks.
The lady with child.
The lady with child. Ah, okay.
What's her name? Priscilla Oyebade.
Okay. As the last born in my house, I knew what I did to my mom. And I know how difficult it is, because now I have 2 daughters. I know how difficult it is to raise a child. And if there is something I have, of course, all the women here has done that, but I would especially like to recognize Priscilla, right? Mrs. Priscilla Oyebade, for bringing the future professor, CEO, engineer to our midst. So a special recognition, regardless of the child and all that, she still came every day and she was active. Thank you very much. No, both of you. With this, I would like to thank all the students. And one thing, I was once a student in Nigeria before I left. Dr. Rufai will go through the list, and a token of appreciation from all of us. Adeshola Bridget, Omowale Ventas, Akeshola Yariporas, and my humble self, Omoyishola Oyedeji. We want to give a token of appreciation to the students. I know it's not easy. It's very small, but it's just to tell you we care. And also for the staff, through Dr. Rufai, we would also try to see how we can support in our own little way for your future events when you take action towards integrating sustainability into your curriculum and also into the course. So in terms of your transport fare, a little token will be passed over to you from him. So Mercy, you will get yours from him, so hold his hand. And with this, I say a big thank you, Eshegon, Imela, Nagode. Thank you very much. And Dr. Fashina, it's a pleasure to have you here, and to all the faculty members and students. So I pass it to you.
So thank you very much. And I wish to use this junction we can't thank you enough to our European facilitators for sparing your time and sending your expertise to us. We are indeed very grateful. Thank you very much. And we also appreciate the token of love that you have extended to us. We do appreciate it. And we know that by God's grace, this partnership or collaboration is going to be enduring and is going to be sustainable. And we make sure that we imbibe all the paradigms that you have imparted on us. Thank you very much. So at this junction, we now go for our, okay. You need this link. Okay, good. Now, before we go, we need to do this post-survey. Hello. You need to do this post-survey to tell us how to serve you better next time. So, sir. So that's it. Okay.
I heard that we can only come back next year if you all answer the survey, so it's really important.
In the sense that anytime, any day, I'm always here to support. He knows.
Then I have to come in here. Yes, I think for the registration, we had more than 366 registration online. But the challenge is this all, we can only take 40 in-house.
No, but if you have, I'm sure you have like 100 people.
Yes. No, but you have to look at the funding as well. You have to look at the funding.
The funding shouldn't be only from my side.
Yes, they've done their own bit.
So the local show commitment also.
So everything is based on funding. So we can have 500 from the enthusiasm of the responses we got from online participants. We can escalate it and have 1,000 if possible. But if there were funding, why not? So those are the constraints that we have. But by and large, I think this is a reasonable number. Yes. Sure.
All depends. Okay, one thing I forgot to add, every participant from the beginning to the end, you would receive a certificate, so a digital copy that will be sent to you via email, the registered email, okay? So everybody would receive that. Thank you very much.
this.